Okay, now I'm back. Sorry for another tease. Yeah, so a lot of questions. First of all, thank you for all for joining. Very nice of you. I see this today as more as an experiment. I will answer some of the technical questions in a moment. It's an experiment because if this kind of works well, we will see how it works today. Then I might do this on when the Rings of Power show comes out, so we can watch it here together. We have to maybe agree, find like when shall we do it, when the episode comes out, maybe a day later, I don't know, 5 days later, I don't know. It's I will make a poll or something on YouTube in the next few days. So yeah, very busy these days. There's a lot of technical stuff and organizing stuff going on in the background. So there is that. So for people wondering how this works, I just read some questions. So no, we won't stop and analyze and break every scene down like I do this in some of the videos. We just watch it along, and I might comment on the lore here and there. I'm not sure. For me, also give me some feedback. What do you want to hear? Just imagine we would watch like together Rings of Power or whatever. What is it that you find useful in a watch party? Like, it's the first time for me as well making this. I have not tried it out. I tried, I think, just the technical stuff, and yeah, then it kind of works. Then the rest we have to figure out, right? This is my problem. I talk too much during movies, and my dad doesn't like it. I told him that Elrond's a half-elf. Well, is this using Twitch Amazon watch-along feature? Yes. Snow warning. I haven't started yet. I activate it in a moment. I would even say we make a test run, because there are certain aspects I don't know how they work exactly. Like, what happens if I pause and say, okay, short toilet break or something, and can we just then continue in a moment, or is this running along? Like, do I have as a streamer certain control over what you guys are seeing? I have not tried it myself. I think watch parties are better as we watch maybe a day or two after the episode release. Oh, okay. My account linked with Prime. Is there a lobby link or anything? No, you have to stay here. As far as I understand it, I have a big red button that says Watch Party. There I select that we watch the Fellowship of the Ring, and I hope this works with international people. Like, I don't know, because not every Amazon thing has the same content, like the same films. I hope it works. Let me know. For people who want to watch along without doing all the complicated Twitch stuff in the background, you see this timer here, and when we start, I will just also hit it on start, and then you can see where we are in the show, right? I think we don't watch films longer than 9 hours or 10 hours, so that should kind of work. I just reset it again. I have set it up already. Yeah, is this extended or normal? We have to watch normal because at least in Germany, where my account is based on, I only have access to the theatrical cut. The extended version I would need to buy. Of course, I can do this, but for everyone want to watch with us here, that would be probably a bit, let's call it, unfortunate, if we just would exclude people. But as said, there will also be a timer. As far as I understand it, when I press a watch party, this streaming window will get smaller, and you see, like, if you would watch it on Prime Video, and I'm just a little stamp-sized thing at the top. So maybe I have to make the timer a bit bigger so you can see which thing we have. We have to figure this out. Let me just know then in the chat if the size of the timer is big enough for you to see. Let me just see. In the touch, it's hard to find the theatrical online, but I'll try. You can feel free to try. I'm not sure what the difference in Fellowship is. I think it's 20 minutes or so length. So I guess in theory it could also kind of work, but you will watch 20 minutes longer than we, I guess. But yes, I would agree, it probably is difficult to find that version. Busy man. We just see. Yeah, I hope you had all a fantastic day. It's relatively spontaneous, even though I said I would try to do this weekend. Today I really tried to finish the Galadriel video, and I edited for long, lost a bit track of time, and then said, oh no, I have to do this announcement for the watch party stuff. Because if I get the video, like, making a watch party and releasing the Galadriel video at the same day would be probably a bit overkill. So I hope I still have some stuff to do on the video. Will be probably done tomorrow. It's like half an hour long. It's part 1. There will be more parts of it. I seem to have found one. Awesome. And you can write a snow warning, like a private message or so. Let's watch all 3 today. Yeah, well, it would be a bit long, especially considering how late we are already start here. So, yeah, I think from my vague time announcement, everybody should be almost here. I got it, don't worry. Okay, awesome. Rings of Power has sought me a bit on LotR content, but hopefully this will be a good push for me to return to it. I hope it will. Really hard to tell. But as said, see this as a bit of an experiment, and it's also a learning for me. What shall I talk about while we watch this and so on. Yeah. So I would say it's a good time to read the books. Always a good time to reread the books. Agreed. Let me just think for a moment. Is everything so far okay-ish? Maybe we can also get like a guest in the future or so. I'm not sure people would like that. I guess probably more fun when other people are around than just me. Stuff like that. So there's, as said, a lot of learning stuff. I would say we make a very short test run for all the people. Are there any questions in chat regarding connecting the thing? Like when you write in chat for the Twitch Prime stuff, you should have this little blue icon with the white crown on it. Then your account should be connected. Let me just see if this works. Maybe I can also get a little bot command for that, right? Maybe call it !watch party or so, right, chat? Let's do this really fast. Watch party, and then I maybe link to my video or so that explains how it works. I guess yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let me just think for a moment. Today I'm thinking a bit slow, it feels. Watch party. Connect your Amazon account to your Twitch account. Here. And here is an explanation video or something like this, right? And I'll link to the video that I just made. Maybe I delete the video again. Also, some people commented already on that. Yeah, some people are asking me questions. Very hard to answer now questions on YouTube. That's my multitasking ability. So let me just see. Global cooldown, let's say it's 10 seconds. User cooldown is 15 seconds, something like this. Confirm. Let me see if it works. Will be trial and error, or let's say trial and success. Yeah, I hope it's trial and success. Watch watch party. You can also use these bot commands. Okay. It now links to the thing where you have to link your account to the Twitch account. I maybe should spell Twitch in a capital letter, but it's not that important. Maybe I also write twitch.tv so people know that it's twitch.tv, because I guess it's not twitch.com or anything. Okay, it's updated. Let me just see. Oh, since you're writing an RPG setting, oh, that's interesting. My brother is reading the first book for school. Oh, that's also pretty nice. I mean, should be, but don't have a crumb. Maybe you have to reload the chat one time for it to appear. Can I see it? Let me just see. There is a badge. Maybe I would also have to, I don't know. Well, we will see. We'll make a short test run and then we might see if it works. Yeah, it should also work with the trial, to be honest. On this account, I think I also have just the trial currently. I would have also paid, but they said, hey, do you want to... I think I had to take the trial. I'm not sure. It was strange. Okay, let's do maybe a very short test run. I try, because I just want to find out how everything works exactly. Broadly available. That sounds good. I hope I can switch the language to English, though. Die Schlacht der 5 Heere? No, that's wrong. We have to go for the Gefährten. The Fellowship. And my titles are all in German here. I really hope it works. Like, that would be the worst if it doesn't work. Let me just see. Broadly available. Why does it not say broadly available? Well, if it doesn't work, we watch with this. We could also watch Two Towers. Let me just check. I don't know. It should work. Let's just a test. I want to try out what happens if I press pause or anything. If it also pauses for you people, just for me to know what effect it has if I change stuff on my side. So we select the title. Watch Party Corner will automatically stream on your channel. Do not use your streaming app to record. We won't. Watch parties do not support ads in stream. That I don't mind. Watch party will not count towards the path to whatever. Your live stream will be featured above the channel. Okay. Okay, I press start. This is a test run. I try to cancel out of it again, and then we actually start. Let me just see how this works for a moment. So we start the test in 3, 2, 1, go. That is interesting. I thought it would also show up in my video producer. That is not the case. So maybe I have to watch it on my channel, it seems. Probably didn't start for you. Ready for the test. Okay. So currently it's loading a lot. I hope it's not overloading. Currently I don't see anything. It works for you. That is not available in your region. Okay, that is strange. Wait. Open watch party in new tab. Start watching. Grab a snack and then watch party stuff. And now it works. Oh, it synchronizes. So we now see the rings. I see it in German. I switch the audio from my side to English. Okay, it seems it's not available in the UK. That's so unfortunate. UK is no third world country. But yeah, for the people where it works, time to VPN. That's a smart idea. You could try a VPN. If not, you could also try to just watch along. I forgot to start the timer though, because I'm an idiot. But also didn't work for me. So let me just test something. What happens if I pause? Does it now pause for the people as well? Or does it just continue on the side? It's working for you in Brazil. Awesome. I just have to wait a moment till people have time to... Did it stop for you? Because I just pressed the big stop button in the background. Because it would be interesting to know if we can add something like a toilet break or so. No pause for you. Okay, so it's completely independent of it. No, it just continues. That is interesting. Works in Latvia on desktop for me, but not on mobile. Strange. Interesting. I said we watch this again. We start anew. Then with the timer as well, which I should have activated. So I would just start the timer. Doesn't work on mobile for you. That's unfortunate. Did it say anything? But it's really interesting that basically if I start playing it, it just continues to run through and through. I'm ready with... Damn, already ate all my chips. But it works in the United States. Are people from the US here? Oh, wait. Can I? No, I can see it here. View more. It just paused. Did it pause for you? For me, it still runs. Sauron was defeated. And we see Isildur. Now his face. Also very interesting how now the orc jumps at him. He falls down. Just to see how synchronized everything. Oh, it paused on your end. Interesting. And we see him dead in the river. Cut to the ring. Is my voice somewhat synchronized with what you see on your side of the screen? Black screen ends. We see some landscape shots. Spoilers, yes. Okay, it's also shoutouts to Thosi Saint Going Well. Thank you for your I think you subscribed or something or gifted a sub. I noticed in my head, but I forgot. Much appreciated. Yep. A perfect sync. Okay, that's awesome. Because the syncing stuff is always the most difficult thing. Sadly, the timer is not right. For me, it's currently at 5 minutes 51. In case people wonder where the exact time we are. We will restart in a moment. Just let me see some feedback. So everyone, thank you for your Hoenir. Or is it Hoenir? Thank you for your sub. And now it works again. Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe it's a bit strange. It's a good moonshot. Misclicked Kappa. Test. Oh, Sparta the Spielkarte is there. Welcome. if you just joined and maybe you have your stuff also set up, does it connect? I see Celebrimbor forging the ring, Mount Dune, and watching the wrong movie. Wait a moment. Let me just to answer your question. I now see Frodo for the first time. He's sitting there reading his book in the woods. Playing a game. Possible. It synced for you. Okay, awesome. Yeah, same, Chris. Okay, nice. And for the US people, it works, but not for the UK people. I tried to, but it doesn't seem to help. Still not available in your region. Okay, that's really unfortunate. Okay, let me just end this thing here. Let me just try something. We reset the timer. Now I ended the watch party. Sorry for that. The shy 60 years later, yeah, something like that. Watch party. Let me just think. For the UK people, because it could be, that would be really strange. Let me just start Two Towers for a moment, just out of curiosity, because there it says it's broadly available. Maybe for whatever reason, don't ask me. The Fellowship is not available. Who knows why? So I would just for a moment, let's jump into Two Towers. Maybe this works for the UK people a bit better. Very curious. So maybe start the timer again. Now this is a bit strange from the perspective of my thing centered. The timer is probably slightly off. No, it's not off, but I could just wait for my to synchronize. Now it should be 11 seconds, 16 seconds. Now it should be synchronized. So it's starting for people, everything works. At least for the people where it also worked. Hey, I was watching that. We start again in a moment. Don't worry. Just for technical stuff, to figure stuff out, really. And then we watch completely through the Fellowship or whatever. But just curious if maybe this film is more available in other countries, like in the UK for people there. Very curious about that. Oh, you got it. Awesome. Starting for you. Are you doing this as a preparation for the 24-hour analyzing Rob for us? No, not 24 hours. That's too much. Still works for me in Latvia. Awesome. Let me just see who just wrote from the UK that it didn't work. Let me just scroll up chat. Not available in the region, like Lord of 151, for example, said it, and I think also Joblivious. Try to restart and just got a German advertisement, so might work now. This is now Two Towers, though. Maybe Two Towers is available? Wait, why do they have the theatrical version of Fellowship of the Ring, but the normal version of Two Towers? I mean, the extended, they have all the extended stuff, but you have to pay for it, I think. The other version was also basically the theatrical cut. Or the normal edition you can get on DVD. I'm not even sure if there's a difference between the actual theatrical cut and the DVD version. Or Blu-ray version. To activate my connection? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's definitely possible. Spoiler, by the way. So for everyone who has never seen Fellowship of the Rings. But yeah, I said, somebody in chat from the UK who can confirm that this version now works. No, Gandalf. And the next question is for people who where fellowship doesn't work. Do you have other means watching the film? Of course, I can't link you here. I don't know. Let's say not legal sources, but I don't. I can watch your stream and hear you fine if I log out. I can watch it on Prime fine, just not here. Okay, that is strange. Maybe it has to do with the version or so. I don't know. It makes no sense, I have to admit. HBO Max has all of them. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Okay, so we return to Fellowship of the Ring. We can, if this works well and people have interest or have fun doing this, we can definitely do this stuff here more frequently. I just want to really try out the feature for a moment, and then I would say if possible, for people who want to watch along, you can then watch it on, I don't know, HBO Max or whatever. If you have it on Prime and it doesn't connect really, then I will try to synchronize up the timer. Was the timer thing too small for the people who watched it? Like, the most important part on the screen is definitely seeing this timer here. It's quite low to the video. You probably have to use the settings and make the video less loud then, or I could make myself a bit louder. Though I currently feel like I should be relatively loud. Might be a bit overkill here. Maybe that's something like this. Maybe I'm a bit louder now. Test 1, 2, 3. Video volume's on top, but you can, if you use the Prime feature, you can also make the Prime video film stuff less loud. Yeah, the audio control for Prime is at the top. For the Twitch video, I guess it's on the bottom, if that makes sense. That is fine. Okay, I hope it works. Let me just also double check this for a moment. The volume stuff is always difficult, of course. I can still follow along on Twitch with your watch party and just log into Prime. Yeah, exactly. You could do this, or I don't know, have chat on your phone or whatever. You have to figure a way out how to work. Sorry for the inconvenience. I assume, though, when the Rings of Power stuff comes out, that it will be a bit like, in theory, everyone should be able to watch Rings of Power if he has the Amazon, the Prime Video stuff. Man, too many names here. So I would say we just start into Fellowship of the Ring. I always want to say Fellowship of the Rings for whatever reason, because it's Lord of the Rings, I guess. Definitely gets my tongue slipped. We are going in circles. Yeah, we are definitely going in circles. I agree with you. But as said, it's just a technical test here. Here at the beginning, I definitely just want to know how the feature works exactly as said. Oh, it's here I have to press on end. Okay, chat. So are you now somewhat ready? The return of the Fellowship of the Two Towers. Exactly. Sorry for the inconvenience. So I would set it up again, and then we just watch along and see how it goes, because it's already relatively getting late. I select on my side the Fellowship of the Ring, and we start the watch party in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, in theory. Oh. Fellowship of the PogChamp, exactly. Okay, on my part, we are now in 11 seconds. I hope people can watch along. I hope volume is good. Now I started. Awesome. My timer is somewhat correct. So for the people seeing this, I really like the beginning. Like the prologue is pretty awesome. And Galadriel whispering scared you. I really like how she says it in English and she whispers it in Elvish in the background. It's pretty awesome. At the beginning, I smell it in the air and so on. Interestingly, there's a whole dudes with the Men with the Ring production crew often. I like how Cate Blanchett delivers her lines here. He has a dagger in his hand. I read some stuff about this dagger, but I forgot what it was. Sauron, that is. Maybe like a sacrifice or something. Maybe it's considered a tool to make the ring. The Last Alliance. I remember seeing this in cinema back in the day. It was absolutely amazing. I really like this scene. This one, this scene always is in my mind. Never will forget this, seeing this. This particular one. There's Gil-galad, in case people wonder who that man is. I really like the gauntlet, like there's so much detail on it. They did such a great job with the costumes and so on. Welcome, TPhGames. And here he cuts off all his fingers. In the book it's just one, and it's Elendil and Gil-galad to overthrow him, and they die in the process as well, and he can just cut off the finger and finish off Sauron. Kind of. This explosion is also pretty awesome. There's so much detail in this prologue, like they're all kind of banners that are somewhat correct when it comes to the houses and so on of the elves. Also this shot I really also like how it becomes like ashes, the finger of Sauron. Such a cool shot in my opinion. And it was so simply done, I think. Just with a nice cut. Awesome. Still not working in the UK, but managed to sync. Awesome. Can you people see the timer well enough, or shall I make it bigger for the people watching along with the timer? Might be some right issue with the UK version and my version here. Pretty strange. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much work they must have put in. There's a making of with dudes sitting like in a basement, making all the chainmails and putting just rings together all day. I think the first time we see Gollum, his hand basically. This shot I also often use in videos when I show the Misty Mountains because I really like it. Okay, maybe you're not fully synced. I'm seeing currently Gollum. I think maybe because of Sauron's overconfidence was just us. Why I never understood why Sauron was reaching out to Isildur instead of smashing him with his mace. Or he wanted to burn him as Gil-galad as well. Or choke him like Darth Vader. The hand looks very strange in this shot. In the first hand that grabs the ring. It's also funny seeing here later in The Hobbit, what is the name of the actor? Martin? What was his first name? But who plays Bilbo in the Hobbit films? I have a very bad memory when it comes to actor names. Then we see Frodo reading his book. Martin Freeman, yeah. Thank you. But yeah. Ian Holm, of course, is an absolute legend. Was, sadly. I guess still is. It's time to smoke some pipe. Exactly. It's pocked off. This shot, by the way, blew always my mind, but it's not the most mind-blowing one. The size difference is so awesome. Like how to make this shot work, the amount of trickery used in this film. Insert sex guy there. Probably. So these ain't going well. Probably pipe throwing got more popular. But the dialogue, it's really impressive. Some of the dialogue lines are not from the books. Some are, of course. I feel like the writers did such an amazing job fitting in some lines that feel somewhat Tolkien could have written them in a way. Just building all of this stuff is just insane. Yes, it has exactly. We see Bilbo and he tells about hobbits, and it has some extracts of the concerning hobbits part. Also in Germany, there were very funny, also completely over the top fan dubs as a parody. probably also exists in the English speaking realm. I think some of the girl is the daughter of Peter Jackson, right? And Fran Welch. Or is she later in the party scene? But yeah, they're going on the cart. Like there's this production screenshot how this cart looks when they film the size differences. It's really fascinating to look at. I would say, yeah, they often translate it. Like they're from the German translation from Margaret Caroux, I think. There's also a translation of Wolfgang Kriege, but it's not among the old school fans not that popular. Let's put it that way. Hobbit door, by the way, is referenced in Rings of Powers. The wheels of these carts that they drive around with the half-hoods there. I really like this idea. Yeah, agree with you. Red is imposter, very sus. This shot also, like, all mind-blowing. This shot is improvised. He really hit his head, Ian McKellen said in an interview. And then he just continued playing. And they had to build everything multiple times, like to have the different sizes. It's just like from a film production stuff, it's really mind-blowing. How much effort and work just went into getting this the size difference. Well, I hope we also see cool scenes like this in the Rings of Power films. There it is, the quote. Yeah, very little green screen action. Of course, there's some post-production to remove all the cracks that they have to make. I also like this what he says. Not some brace girdle of hard but Flomba, whatever the word was. Mountains, Gandalf, mountains, exactly. Everything looks good, I agree. Yeah. He's a Baggins, not some brick-headed brace girdle from Hard Bottle, I think is what he's saying. Well, no, there are a lot of wheat parodies of these scenes. In German, we have also a version called Lord of the Wheat, a fan-dub. And it's also something else. At times quite funny. The craziest part is, even in the extended version, there's so much material that wasn't even released. Maybe they learned to smoke. But old Toby developed pipeweed third age 2700 something, or 600, probably have to look it up. We can look it up very fast. It shouldn't be in Appendix B. Yeah, 2670. Tobold plants pipeweed in the South farming. This girl is Peter Jackson's daughter. She's now probably, I don't know, around 30 or so. That's the most scaring thing. Maybe 28 or 26, I don't know. I really like this. This scene has this, like, him eating the apple gives it the little something, I feel. So it's very comic relief. Feet. That scene is very old school. Grabbing him by them by the ears, by the pointy ears. Yeah, it's an interesting question that you say this. What dragon is he referencing? The grubs in German are called Gruber, translated with the name. There's a Laura grub, and the name in German is Laura Gruber. That's kind of funny, I feel. Though it's a correct translation, but it's funny. It could be just somebody I meet on the other side of the street. That's also such a cool scene. Because, in case people wonder, the dragons were always east of the Misty Mountains, and they are west of the Misty Mountains, the Shire is west of the Misty Mountains, so can't really remember any reference of a dragon in these lands, to be honest. Maybe at some point very early in the first stage or after the War of Wrath. Yeah, probably means Mark. Also well played by Ian McKellen, this little movement with the lips that he does. Such talented actors in this film. That much seeing dragons is easy. His parents, I think, on the what is it called? The fire thing. Yeah, he uses instant transmission. That could be possible. The teleporting thing is a complicated matter. I always ask myself if there's teleport. This scene is so cool. It's Bungo and Belladonna took. Yeah. Room Darkness, really like it as well. Drogo and Primula are the parents of Frodo, in case people wonder. This is now one of my favorite scenes when he struggles leaving the ring behind. So well played by Ian Holm. Yeah, I also really love it when the ring doesn't bounce. I think they had a magnet below the floor or something, I heard. At least some it was in the producer commentary mentioned something like that. I think he wasn't sure if there was a magnet or not. Of course, a bit different compared to the books, but riddles in the dark. Never noticed this line. I reference the chapter from The Hobbit, where Bilbo does the riddle contest with Gollum. Interestingly, in the books, Gandalf also touches a ring, and Frodo puts it on the mantelpiece. Is that the word? Nah. This early on, though, you have to think that there's a time skip of 17 years, or there's like 17. Frodo leaves the Shire 17 years later. So Bilbo is in Rivendell long before the Nazgul even show up. Was it already in the chain? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure, to be honest. The video about I made about these parts is a long time ago. You know, Gandalf just goes for 17 years. Kind of. It's a bit more complicated. I think there are multiple dialogues. Also, this looks so cool, like Barad-dûr, how it looks. All these details, a gigantic model. It's like, I don't know, 2 meters or 1 meter 50 high or something. Yeah. Here we see Minas Tirith for the first time. I also really like this shot. We see Mordor in the background. And he now goes to the archives. I think the archive shot is maybe drastically reduced. This shot is also very interesting. We see the Anduin in the background, the river. But you don't see the city, I think. Osgiliath's there for whatever reason. Or maybe it is. Yeah. This person here plays Círdan. That's the guy one of the guys at the beginning who had the 3 persons having the elven rings. This is the same actor. He's also at the end of Return of the King. Really fascinating detail. And now Gandalf does his research. The account of Isildur is revealed in the Council of Elrond, though, in the books. That's a good question what he's drinking. Ale, I reckon. Also, it shrinks. I like this detail a lot. They even try to explain this. I really love this. This what I love about Fellowship and P. Jackson films. They take so much time for details. And they also take time to let a scene breath, if that makes sense, like to unfold. This is, I think, Farmer Maggot or something. Because he has dogs in the books. And he talks to Nazgul. Also, a really creepy scene. Yeah, I also would like to be in the library, to be honest. Yeah, the bloody hooves, right? Yeah, in the book he's not that scared, that's true. I really like that this shot reflects the other shot where he said to keep it safe, and look, there's this warmth in his eyes and he tries to calm Frodo. Now it's the complete opposite, and he's scared as anything, and really worried, like a madman almost. Really like the how the scenes are put compared to each other. Also a quote from the books, I think. Must be very tough dogs if they would fight Nazgul. It's Tengwar, of course, but a specific mode. A black speech mode. This shot. The camera moves. My mind exploded in the cinema back in the day. No space between the the 100 and the D. For years I thought the actor of Gimli was a dwarven rap. Yeah, he's quite tall, I think, in real life. But this shot is so amazing. They sit Gandalf on a bank, and when the camera moves, the bank Gandalf sits on the we say bank bench. Bank is the German word. Moves with the camera, so the distance is perfectly kept, and the camera can move as well. So much effort for such a few seconds scene. Mind blowing. And Frodo was basically further in the background. And then they, in post-production, they removed there's like also a hole in the table and stuff like this. If you see the production screenshots, really impressive. This I always find scary. There's the sheriffs of the Shire. The sheriff, the etymology of the word is quite interesting in this context. See if I can find it. Yeah, it consists, sheriff, the word consists of shire and I think it's pronounced reeve. Shire reeve. Old English, shirjefa. Shirjefa, something like that. This dialogue is... Yeah, agreed. Perfect intro for Sam. I like how Frodo smiles. Like he's 17, 18 at this point. He plays so well. Elijah Wood. Yeah, it's Andy Serkis. That voice is Gollum. Nothing important, just the end of the world. Yeah. Also, pretty cool landscape shots. I think there's one shot here that is not in the extended edition. For whatever reason, I don't know why. Very short one. Comes in a moment, I think. Did they also change from the books, I think? I'm not sure who says this though. Mary Pippin or something? Because in the books, it's far more complicated. This whole section is much longer in the books, multiple chapters. I think this shot is not in the extended edition. Therefore, there's another shot that's not in this version here. Yeah, I have seen in parts a video where they play this clip every time Sam makes a step. Yeah, it's 9 hours long or something. I really love the scene here too. That is such a nice play on what is it called? Diegetic sound and non-diegetic sound, I think is the diegetic. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. Diegetischer Ton. So one is basically what the viewer hears, and the other is what the characters hear inside the film. It plays with these two. Also, Christopher Lee, absolute legend. It's also funny that Saruman, Christopher Lee, wanted to play Gandalf all the time. Oh, Oswald is here, welcome. If you can just watch along and use the timecode to synchronize, Oswalder. We're at 41 minutes 03 on my side. It's not the extended, the theatrical cut. Extended version is not free on Prime, sadly. On Prime Video. This line, always thought it would be in the books, but it's not. I really like it though. Tell me, friend. I like that they made this fight so physical. And of course, this fight does not happen in the book. I also like this shot here. Cut to this here. Interestingly, on the way, pain, the way of pain, exactly. This shot, in the books, it's a bit different. Oh no, different, but Gandalf actually meets Radagast there. I did a video comparing these scenes to the books. In case people are interested. I made like a very detailed videos about this. And we're still in Rivendell. Listen to the dialogue. Keep in mind, the next chapter we are in is called A Shortcut to Mushrooms. Love this. A shortcut to what? To mushrooms. That's the name of the chapter. Pretty nice reference. Well written. Now we get the dolly zoom in a moment. Classic. I think it was invented for the Hitchcock film Vertigo. Could this in the would be shot already these days, probably. This is a Bakshi reference from Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings thing. The cartoon, the animated thing. Oh, this always looked like this poor horse. Don't do it for exactly. Like that the Nazgul sniff is also in the books. But it's not like when Frodo uses the ring, it's like an alarm or something. It's not never described this, in my opinion, in the books. There's some references to this, of course, but they over dramatize it a bit in the films. In case people wonder why don't the Nazgul find him here and there and whatever. With an invisible nose, that's true. That's true, they could pull a gun on the Nazgul. Some of these shots are, by the way, shot at day. Not this one, I think. This one, I think, is shot at night, though. It's, by the way, Kamul or Hamul. Yeah, exactly. Somebody writes in chat. One of the few Nazguls we know the name of. The only one, to be honest. The other would be the Witch King, but that is... sounds like more like a title he later gets. And Frodo had to, Elijah Wood had to make this jump. I also like the lanterns here. Now the film goes into like a little Gothic story direction, which I really like. I don't think I would have made that jump. I would have been probably too scared to make a jump. I'm not sure how far it is. But he was 18 at this time. I really like the small, this detail. There's a smaller door for the small folk. In the books, it seems is an ally of Bill Ferny. I forgot how this all is connected because it was too long ago that I put thought into this. Also, Peter Jackson cameo here, or is it only in the extended version? No, here's Peter Jackson with a carrot. He wanted to smoke, I think, but he felt really sick that day, and then I don't know, he had just a carrot or so. Something like this he told us, told in the commentary. Yeah, hobbits were common in Bree, alright. Yeah, number one, there are multiple, right? And the people here. I would like to take some shots here for for videos and so. Rarely need them though. This guy is on stilts. I think it's also a female. Yeah, it's a female with a beard on stilts. Whatever, I hope I pronounced it correctly. I forgot how the whole connection there was. Bombadil might have directed them there, you are right. I'm not sure what their initial goal was. Like I said, in the books there are chapters. Here's Bill Ferny, the right dude there. Plays a bigger role in the Shire plot in the whole Bree section, which is also longer in the books. The cat. It's more complicated in the books. I forgot how it was exactly. Like they in the books they get to Tom Bombadil. Oh, Strider. Interesting, in the books, Butterbur has a letter for Frodo from Gandalf. So of course he knows Gandalf, and he should give him a letter, and he gives him the letter in the chapter in the book here. But he should have sent it to the Shire, so Frodo leaves earlier, and he's only this late and in this, Longshanks, in this trouble because he did not give Gandalf the letter. I like how the sound is muted. Almost. That's also different in the books. Yeah, that's true. Spielkalb. The only inn there anyway. There's another inn, but it's abandoned, I think. Or it's a farm. Yeah, there's no singing in the film. The books say Frodo's on the table dancing, singing with all kinds of people there. And then when the line comes, a cow flies over the moon. He falls from the table, and then the scene with the ring happens. Longshanks. Maybe a reference to an old to a king of England, referencing an old king of the Anglo-Saxons. And some of those were potentially inspiration for Aragorn. No, here he says Longshanks to him. In the books, it's Bill Ferny who calls Strider Longshanks. Didn't he also throw an apple at the head of Bill Ferny or so? Hell yes! I mean, that's such a cool scene. In the audio commentary, I think Aragorn says, or Viggo Mortensen says, he was really afraid there. Yeah, Sam hits him with an apple. Yeah, here then it's Merry that Pippin that gets hit with an apple. This scene is also so cool. Here they play completely with good old film, space, and time. So it's so simple but effective, in my opinion. The cry is from I think Fran Welch when she had what do you call it? Like she was sick. And the books, it's always debated if the Nazgul it basically attacked their room, or if it were Bill Ferny's men. I think it was really the Nazgul. Here we see Bree in the background. We like the shot. No, he gets he does not have Narsil. It's in Rivendell. In the books, he has it with him though. P. Jackson thought about giving him Narsil already, but it would be, as said, it would be too hard to explain why he runs around with a broken sword. So he explains the story of the sword throughout the trilogy slowly, instead. In the books, the sword Narsil is also forged when Aragorn is in Rivendell. The first time, or not the first time, but with Frodo. Oh, this is memed so much. Here's the apple scene now. Oh, that must have hurt. This is the Saruman Palantir move. That's a good question. I also listened to it in English, so I can't tell you. I was just eating a snack and muted myself for a moment. Probably have to look it up. Yeah, or like a young Gandalf. If he is Sauron, though. "11 Seas." No idea. Just an Eminem comment. It's usually translate weather top, though I think it would translate to wind hill or weather hill, like wind as a word for weather. This shot I use so many times when one of my favorite shots of Amon Sul. Here they skip the barrow blade stuff completely, of course, because the Tom Bombadil section is missing. Now they get their swords here. only 5 Nazgul, which is the same as in the books. It's not explained why there are only 5 though. Because Gandalf met them, he was earlier here. This is also missing from the films. And he drew 4 of them away. They chased Gandalf, and he tried to bring as many Nazgul away from the hobbits as possible to distract them. That's why there are only 5. It's not explained in the films though. These scenes are so cool. Music also awesome. Such a cool scene. Completely different in the books, by the way. Yeah, pointy boots are awesome. Yeah, I can imagine they scared you as a kid. It's so smart, in my opinion, that they explain how this ring stuff works by these small scenes. Yeah, exactly. In the book, they get close to him and he shouts Elbereth Gilthoniel, the Queen of the Stars. And Gilthoniel means, or Elbereth means Starkindler. Or was Gilthoniel Starkindler? One of this at least means that. One of the Valar. That shot is also kind of funny. Scene is now over. The tension is going away. But now they will instantly return. Now we see the Morgul blade dissolving, which is also in the books. But yeah, he shouts Elbereth Gilthoniel, and then takes his barrow blade. Here, this is also, he says Gandalf, cut to Gandalf. Then it also has this little echo. So many details. Like if you have seen this a billion times, you always notice something new. It's so fascinating. But he only hit the leg protection of the Witch King and couldn't seriously hurt them. But he managed with this. He scared the Nazgul so far away that, or scared the Witch King enough that he would miss his heart, because the Witch King aimed with his Morgul blade to hit the heart of Frodo. Yeah, the camera angle is also awesome. You have one new message from Gwaihir. In the films, like in the Hobbit films, there's a Radagast, but the Radagast actually appears in The Lord of the Rings. Oh, this shot is also so amazing. This camera thing, like, it's just mind-blowing. It's a really sick shot. But yeah, Radagast is actually the one who says to Gwaihir he should go to Isengard, and then Gwaihir sees Gandalf on top. That's how it happens in the book. So it's actually Radagast that indirectly saves Gandalf in a way. This scene is also a complicated topic, how the orcs are born, or the Uruk-hai. A very old idea of Tolkien, that they get out of, I don't know, slime pits or something. I think Peter Jackson used it to explain how so many orcs could appear in such a small amount of time. In the books, Saruman starts breeding orcs 30 years prior, like he has like a lot of time to breed them there. Can recommend my videos at my film and book differences series in case people want this in more detail. Here are the stone trolls from The Hobbit. Very nice reference, by the way. And see, the sound of the Nazgul is imitated by Frodo in his pain. That's a detail I really love about this scene, because he turns also into a wraith when he's not treated fast enough. I need to sleep, have fun, y'all. Yeah, sleep well. We will repeat this, don't worry. This is surprising, and this is like I guess for people who have already read the books when they saw this for the first time, a really cool scene, because you can't see if it's a man or a female. We would expect Glorfindel here, but it's not Glorfindel as in the books, it's Arwen. It makes sense, this change in my opinion, but... I could argue the pain or the what he's the suffering he endures makes him make this sound. And one could argue the Nazgul also had a similar suffering once. And so they make a similar sound, if that makes sense. Here does it again. She also calls the horse Asphalos, which is also the name of the horse of Glorfindel, the character who brings Frodo to Rivendell in the book. It's more complicated there, though. I made the bit there too before I hit my the keyboard. Yeah. Sorry that I started so late today. Well, I said I really had to edit the Galadriel video. Oh, I think they cut the Asphalos scene out in the theatrical cut. I think there are more scenes to this. Or does it now appear? I'm not sure. Also here in these scenes, if you look very closely, you see that it's not Arwen, but the stunt double. Yeah. Nodo im Asphalos. Maybe I just talked over it and missed it. And what Peter Jackson tried to do is a car chasing scene with horses. And I think they did a pretty great job there. I think this is also a reference to the books. Like I said, in the books, this is a bit different, everything. Frodo is put on the horse Asphalos, and they walk together. And then when they are attacked by the Nazgul, the horse is sent with Frodo alone to Rivendell. And then Elrond summons the flood, not Arwen. Spoiler. I really like this Elvish line here. And also the horses are mentioned in the books, of course. One horse survives, though, in the books. Well, it's complicated with Murdo horses. But the Witch King manages to pull one horse out of the water, and so one horse survives, and he can ride back to Mordor. It's interesting, a real quote from Arwen, just from the Return of the King at the very end, where she gives her grace to him so he can sail to Aman in the west. They put it here, though, interestingly. Yeah, set design is really beautiful here. We're now in Many Meetings, the chapter in the book. That's a little plate with like a bread or so. I kind of find this cute. I think these shots here are Ted Naismith shots. He was asked to be a concept artist for the show as well, but he had to decline. And he's not happy about it, I think. Very unfortunate. But this shot in particular is an artwork of Ted Naismith that looks very, very similar. And it was made before the show appeared, I think. Of course, Christopher Lee and John Howe are also pretty awesome. Gandalf explains this, by the way, in the Council of Elrond, not in the Many Meetings chapter, I guess. Welcome to Rivendell, Frodo Baggins. He does it better than I do. Yeah, Rivendell also a pretty awesome place. Yeah, I know what you mean. So I think this interestingly, maybe it inspired the World of Warcraft music. I think the Lord of the Rings had a pretty huge influence on fantasy after the films came out. The aging process is a bit strange because it's not that explicitly mentioned, but what you have to keep in mind that Frodo, Bilbo in this when they meet here, they haven't seen each other 17 years in the books. So he's 17 years older. There's a Red Book of Westmarch, and the Tolkien wrote the books from the perspective that he found this book later and translated it into modern English. It's a very important detail in a way. Of course, it's a fictional book, but just the idea. And now we slowly are there where I already left, I think, almost. Where we stopped with the film and book differences series. Series, I always say it wrong. Then my knowledge goes rapidly downhill, because I haven't worked through all the chapters in that amount of detail yet. I think that is the dialogue from LotR. Is it? Or isn't it? Whatever. English. Mr. Anderson. We have to destroy the ring, Mr. Anderson. Isildur. It's also one of my favorite lines. Our list of allies grows thin. I think Hugo Weaving did an awesome job here. His pronunciation is also really good. It's very interesting. In the book, there's specific reasons why these characters appear in Rivendell. Also, we must appreciate how Hugo Weaving nails the next few scenes. I was there 3,000 years ago. I love this cry, it's so powerful. Very nice cut to him. And they're of course related. Very distantly, but they are. Yeah, it's the John Howe image. I think he or Alan Lee. I'm not sure who made it, but it was made for the set. It's a real image. Here now explain Narsil a little bit, or establish it. The gaze. And he lets it fall. I think, isn't it always strange that he does this, but I think it makes kind of sense from how it... I think I kind of get the idea of that. Because in the film, Boromir, I guess kind of also, to some degree in the books, but it's still different. He doesn't accept Aragorn as king. He doesn't, in the books, he also doesn't really know about the ranges in the north. I guess it's similar in the film. But yeah, this is one of the biggest differences from... yeah, exactly. Aragorn must choose to pick it up. Well, Boromir chooses to let it behind. It's two choices that were made here. Here we have the Beren and Luthien reference scene. And of course Arwen and Aragorn reference those two. These are like an old legend, you could say, in Tolkien's world from the first age. This is the third age here, at the very end of it. It was the first union of an elf and a woman, a man of men. An elf maiden and a man of men. And from this also one of the half-elven lines emerged. And interestingly, both of them are related to Beren and Luthien, but distantly, like 7,000 years ago. Something, no, 6,500. This idea here of this elf stone, I think what it references, is also unusual. There's a council, finally. In the extended edition, there's also a scene with Elrond at Aragorn's mother's grave. Gilrain. Though she did not die in Rivendell. I think Peter Jackson said this was one of the hardest to shoot scenes because of the view angles. And filming this was really difficult with so many people. This is a very long chapter in the book. This is the exposition chapter. Peter Jackson took a lot of exposition from that chapter. Also, somewhat like this, he says in the books as well. But Strider gives him an answer in the books. We see Ajnas Dobatuluk, Ajnas Gimbatul, Ajnas Tragatuluk, Arbudum Ishi Krimbatul, also here in the edited scene. Always learned this a long time ago. Never forget it. I think it is. Yeah, here they establish it, but the biggest difference is definitely in the books. Aragorn wants to become king. He's not like, oh no, I'm weak. I don't want to. Yeah, in the books they appear all by. They have reasons to appear in Rivendell. Boromir has had a dream with his brother as well. Legolas is there because Gollum was there and he escaped. He wants to report. And Gimli is there because the dwarves were contacted by Sauron. Interestingly, in the books, Bilbo offers to take the ring. But I was too old for it. Yeah, exactly. It was fate. Now look at Gandalf's. It's something he says to him in, I think already in Bree, in the books. When he introduced himself. There were no jokes for quite some time. Very dire topics. Yeah, in the books everything is a bit less dramatic, differently. Yeah, you're right. They came to Rivendell by chance, and then they had to have this council. And there, everything should be like the dream should be explained. This scene always scared me. Jump scare. Yeah. Also one of my favorite songs from the soundtrack. This particular passage. This is Hollin, by the way. This is Eregion, what is left of it. We will see it in completely in what's it called? Rings of Power. There's also Bill the Pony. I guess. Yeah, their go was definitely yeah. Minas Tirith, Gondor. What was it called? Krebein or something? He even says it, okay. Yeah, that's a pretty cool scene, I agree. I think this is a scene why these films work so well. This is like it was a very fun scene for a moment. And it basically instantly snapped to a totally serious tone. Like this, it's hard to describe, but they really managed to. They really managed to make this without one seeming out of place. I feel like a lot of modern films don't get this right often. Sometimes they make so many jokes and funny scenes, and they don't get it right. Also, sorrowful reprise as here. Thank you for staying so long and being active in chat. Oh, it's Joby Villos who has to go. Sorry, I just read this wrong. Yeah, thank you for also being active in chat and staying so long. Joblivious, I think your name is. Yeah. Also like how Aragorn has like the sword at his, the hand at his sword. Like really tense scene. Then we see the Krebein again, so it's explained what the deal with those is. Was another of these, like, they built this mines of Isen or Isengard or Isengard place as a gigantic miniature and flew the camera through it. Yeah, Boromir is a really complex character. It's really, I like him a lot. Fell voice. I think the fell voice is kind of mentioned, but not that it's Saruman. This is kind of an invention, but you could of course make an argument for it. However, the Misty Mountains themselves, so the Redhorn Pass, Caradhras, is part of the Misty Mountains, and the Misty Mountains were created by the first Dark Lord Morgoth. They were raised by him. So it was always a place where, yeah, not great things happened. Interestingly, Gandalf wants to go through Moria in the books. And he's basically, I think, is he overruled by the others and then they go over the Redhorn Pass? Also, Legolas walks over the snow, and that is also described in the books. Yeah, exactly. As I really like that they managed to leave this detail in the films, that he doesn't walk through the snow but on the snow. Yeah, he's light-footed, but it's not weightless. There's a Star of Feanor, by the way. This Balrog looks really good to this day. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense in the film. I agree that how they showed the Red Horn Pass. Ithildin is the writing thing that only appears at moonlight. It seems very similar to the moon runes of the dwarves. Though the Ithildin is made by the elves here in this case. I like that nothing happened. This kind of is a cool way, in my opinion, to portray that Gandalf is there as an Istar, not as a Maya. So not as an angel, but he was an angel that had to forego his might and clothe himself in flesh, as Tolkien describes it. And so he forgets things. He's not at his full power. He also has his struggles in his life. He's not like this perfect angelic being that he would otherwise be. Also, well played, Bill the Pony. Yeah, goodbye, Bill. Like that the pony is there. They wanted to leave it out, I think, but somebody insisted that the Bill the Pony is there. And so look how long this scene takes to unfold. Like, I really like that. Riddle, also Hobbit's riddles, there is a relation. And I also really like his light and stuff like that. What does Gimli here mean is Balin, from The Hobbit, went to Moria to take it back after the Balrog was defeated. Not before the Balrog was defeated. And he assumes that Balin is alive and took it back because he knows Balin from I guess the stories of his father, Glóin, and he knows he can do the job. And here we now have the Watcher. It is described as a tentacle thing. At least that it has some. We only know the tentacles, and they were glowing in the books, if I remember correctly. But his face is never shown like here. But else is a pretty accurate scene, I think. This is such a strange being, by the way. It's... Also, this section is really cool. Looking forward to make the analysis for this in the film books differences. It's a pretty cool section. I already read it, but I forgot the details again, sadly. Like, I reread it again. Like, so much stuff is in my mind. If I don't reread stuff, I forget so many things. Just too much content, too much information. Orc probably don't know the elven word for friend, that is true. But there are probably other ways for the orcs to enter the Moria. There are many tunnels in the Misty Mountains, and they were fighting the dwarves consistently in the north of the Misty Mountains. Over, for example, Mount Gundabad. Yeah, there's some changes though, that is true. It's 2 chapters in the book. Here they put a scene that is originally in the book in the Shire, where Frodo and Gandalf talk about Gollum. He's now on a mountain. The GPS signal is really weak there. Probably not existent. One of my favorite lines. Also. Again. And it's from the books. Just set at a different in a different chapter. I said when Frodo and kind of talk in backend in the Shire. Yeah, important lines. I agree. There's a lot of going through Moria in the books. And camping there for a moment. And that was a pretty cool scene. Still kind of impressive, I feel. You get an idea how big this place once was. And we will see it in life. Filled with life in Rings of Power. Looking so forward for that. Here we have the Chamber of Mazabul, I think. The Chamber of Records. The inscription is also interesting. It's, of course, in the book as well. In the pages of the book. This now makes sense if you know The Hobbit. He went here at some point and tried to reclaim Moria with a few men. I think Oin also accompanied, and he died. He was killed by an orc arrow or by the Watcher. I think by the Watcher. Oin is the pronunciation, I think, when you take the Old Norse one. That's pretty well done how they split it up. What I like about this scene is it's funny in a way, but it also clearly not good. Like it instantly creates tension, and it's funny at the same time. And some beautiful shots. Gandalf's not happy. Nobody heard this though. These orcish security alarms are great. Without showing them that much yet, you know, uh-oh. Urich. The plural. I like this line. I think there's a 16 rating in Germany. Is it possible? I always thought it would be 12. But he just shot him in the eye. Bit of shaky cam here. There's so many details on the orcs. Also popped his head. Oh. He's not in the book though. The cave troll, I think. I'm not mistaken. At least he's not the one who spears Frodo. That was a powerful X-Wing. No, not Balin's grave. I like how they cover each other in a way, if that makes sense. Like, they generated a bit of tension at the beginning of the Fellowship, but they, I think, now only start to process their, or to, develop their relationship with this, I feel. I think John Ronald Reuel Tolkien would not have liked it. The films. Same as Christopher Tolkien in a way. So he appreciates, of course, the art that is behind this film, but it's difficult for someone knowing the books to this degree to see your work being compressed, if that makes sense so much. Don't mean this in a negative way. It had to be compressed, but play with the time. It never feels out of place, but of course it makes no sense that everybody stops for a moment and nothing happens. But it's a thing you can do in film. I also like how the others now amp it up to 12 to help Frodo. Probably it should have still hurt him pretty bad. Maybe it repelled the sting enough to the side that wasn't fully hit, but as I said, in the books it's so different. But they want to establish this magical fantasy armor, basically. It's not magical, but you know what I mean. His death scene is also kind of like also done really well animation wise, considering this is from 20 years ago of the troll. Really done, well done. It might even be one of the Uruk-hai who speared him in the books. Like, he's described as a black orc with a red tongue or something like that, if I remember correctly. Not sure if he also mentioned it here. I think it's only an extended cut. Then Gandalf says something like Bilbo got like rings or ring mail. It's of Mithril, and it's worth more than the Shire. I never told him, or something like that. I'm not sure if it was said here, because I'm sometimes busy reading chat. Maybe I missed it, but it could be that it's just in the extended edition. This is also a pretty cool scene because I think the visual communication here is pretty impressive. Like we have this army of orcs, they are screwed. I also love the costumes and designs. And now all of them get scared and just run away. Like all of them are scared of what is coming now. I also like the foreshadowing of this red light in the background. So Tolkien explicitly says it doesn't roar or anything, I think. It's quite shy and silent fellow, this person that comes now. The goblins climbing down creeped me out as a kid. I can imagine. Yeah, it's really good. A lot of people say that the theatrical version has a better pacing. I think I can kind of see that. But I still prefer the extended version because of all the additional detail. I think the Balrog was hard to impress. Like, he wasn't even afraid of Ungoliant, and that says something. This draws on quite a bit, this stair scene. Though in cinema it kind of worked, I felt. Now they add something to it to make it more interesting, or people shoot at them while they have to climb. They already struggle making step there. That was a headshot. Yeah, in German, Fleet. Could be that fly and fliehen is maybe also related etymology-wise. That's also... This is kind of awesome, because he... Not the beard. That this is referenced in the second movie again. That nobody tosses a dwarf. But of course Peter Jackson filmed all of them at once. Yeah, also classic, this line, I agree. And the beard, of course, as Gimli says, is very important. Like, Gimli would... Like, dwarves would rather die than getting their beard cut off. As Tolkien describes it. In, for example, which book was it? I think War of the Jewels? Or was it Morgoth's Ring? Yeah, he's really good fit for Gimli, I agree. Really great actor. I hope they had good insurance. Now we get a little teleport cut here. Now the Balrog appears. This looks so good. Like, you even see the heat flickering when he does this. And in the books you can read that also fire came out of the Balrog's nostrils. Though the wing stuff is debatable. Also, this bridge is this small because it's, I guess, a defense mechanism. If the enemy wants to attack Moria, it needs to go over this bridge from the east gate. And they can only go one by one over the bridge, so the dwarves can defend it more easily. Yeah, that was really amazing. Udun is the first fortress of the first Dark Lord, Morgoth. And he is the servant of the first Dark Lord, Morgoth, who was at his height more powerful than Sauron, of course. Far more powerful. That's also a classic. Can you imagine they made this Balrog 20 years ago with CGI? Like, it's just mind-blowing for me. How much work in this thing people must have put. Yeah, it was visually, it was such an impressive. I was there 3,000 years ago when this film came out, and I watched it in theater, in the cinema. It was a really amazing experience. I think I watched it multiple times in cinema. Yeah. Peter Jackson was also not like well-known. Was not a bad director or something like that, but that's why it's important to always give new people a chance. Like, same with Rings of Power. Let's just wait and see. Maybe they do something good. I can imagine there was a lot of criticism from the hardcore fans back in the day here as well for the films. That's a very strong scene here. Pretty awesome. This is a tough call to make, I think. Yes, it was mostly known for zombie splatter films. I also like how his voice echoes in the mountains. Yeah, I agree. That's really an excellent Boromir moment as well. As I said, it's a really cool character. He's not just a bad guy. There's a lot of nuance to him. And now we enter LotR, which is relatively close. There are also quite a few differences to the LotR chapters in the books, though the quintessence is the same. However, it's pronounced. Probably mispronounced. Quintessence. And they dare to make a joke here again. Elves interestingly have some telepathic abilities in the books as well, just in case people wonder. complicated topic, though. I think that they say they could have shot them in the dark. I think that he also says in the books. Yeah, in the books. The golem was already introduced following them as well. In Moria. Okay, I'm not an archer expert, so I never bothered with their look, but... I also think this place looks really well. Here we see the silver bark of the trees, which are Malorn. They are here smooth. What we see in Lindon are birches. Like, they look different from these trees. You see what's so weirdly different. Yeah, it's... I can imagine if you never watched the original version, it might be really strange. Some of these scenes you will see in the Galadriel video. I have to use all the Galadriel screenshots I have. This was memed so much this sentence. There we see the stars in her eyes. There was like a weird device to make this reflection in her eyes. Because she has seen the two trees. They want to basically reflect this. Still see the reflection. I love that they... Like, the reflection is not in the eyes of the others, only in hers. You can of course argue it doesn't look too well, but it's really impressive detail. Oh, you just got auto-timed out because the Twitch thought it was a link. Yeah. Don't worry. It was just the bot auto-timed out you. Also like the singing in the background. The coolest one of the coolest elven songs in the Shire section is sadly missing here, where Frodo and Sam see the elves, referencing the section with Gildor. You missed just the space between what you wrote and the other thing. For whatever reason, it thought as link. I don't know why it happens. Yeah, it's just space missing. I like the reaction of Strider here, because he still does not believe here, at least in the films, it's different in the books, that he can be king. That he's still doubtful. In the book scene, there Sam is also going with him, and Sam also looks into the Galadriel's mirror. Don't ask me how the mirror works. I guess Lorien or Los Lorien's kind of a reflection of a place in Aman. And there's a Valar called Lorien, who is the Valar of visions and dreams. His name is is Irmo, and he dwells in Lorien. And he's called Lorien because he dwells there. But not in this Lorien here, in the one on the west continent. And she has the ring of water. And she named her place also Lorien. So maybe there's some connection. This mirror thing is related to this Valar. Like an interface to the world of the high angels, to and the other angels and the west continent Aman. I mean, it's not straight up the future that they see a possibility. It's also the same in the books. Kind of very, very interesting scene. Fun fact, Galadriel was in very early ideas supposed to be this now is what Sam sees actually. Galadriel was supposed to be the wife of Elrond once. This is now the reference to the Scouring of the Shires chapter, which is missing in the films. And this is what Frodo actually sees in the books. He sees the red eye. And now he can see the ring of Galadriel, but Sam cannot see her ring. I explain the point in a moment. Also notice how low the chat latency here is in comparison to... Well, you don't notice it because stuff is synchronized, right? But it's really just 7 seconds or so. There's a quote from the book, but the light show is missing in the books. So the channel points you get, and I know you can highlight a message, get an emoticon or something. Very interesting feature. Can do all kinds of things. In theory, I could let you spend points and then a sound plays during the stream or something like that. You can do all kinds of things with it. The White Hand. This poor man who plays this big orc had to be styled for, I don't know, 10 hours or something. So when they want to shoot at 8 in the morning, he had to be there at midnight. Was styled for 8 hours to be able to shoot in the morning. Yeah, kind of. Just it's for free. You get the points while watching. You can also do bets and stuff with it, interestingly. It's a lot of fun stuff you can do with. You can also like make a request, like you could make a song request feature with it. Some people make like, what game shall I play next? You have to spend 1 million points or so, and then I play what you wish for, whatever. All kinds of possibilities you could do with that. Haven't explored it too much here on this channel though. Just like a little hobby thing. Eärendil. That is also a reference to Namarie, of course. And it's really hard to understand what this file means. It's really complicated to explain. I guess most people here know the lore well enough, so I don't need to explain it, but it has to do with the relationship of the elves to the stars and legendary gems called the Silmarillion and the light. And one of the stars that we see at the sky, the Star of Eärendil, that is important for the dwarves, but also for men, I guess. And it is one of these legendary gems in the sky. And so the light of this Silmaril is in this flask, and as a result, it's insanely powerful. I gotta check that ego, yeah. No, it's slowly coming to the end of the film already. The parting of Boromir is interestingly in the books, I think, a chapter of Two Towers already. So they cross the line of Two Towers in a moment. Interestingly, we talked about Gollum chasing them, and when it comes to Lothlorien, the elves do not manage to catch him, so it seems like he's really good at what he's doing. But he's noticed by the elves. And then he goes, or takes that track back later. Ah. Big change to the books. Here it is Elendil and Isildur. In the books it's Isildur and his brother Anarion, which is cut out from most of the film. Pretty epic scene. The Argonas. I really like this detail that we have this, what do you call it, where the stone for the statues was taken from. I don't know what the English word is. Mason or something like this. But yeah, it basically explains how this is built. I really like that. Oh, interesting. I can imagine they get referenced a lot. Or maybe this is a reference. Who knows? Yeah, I can exactly carved out the stone. Interestingly, he knows, Strider knows the way because he found Gollum there. He was as far as the Dead Marshes. And there he managed to capture Gollum. And he brought him to Thranduil, the father of Legolas. And then Gollum escaped at some point. They were also attacked by orcs. And he's got to Rivendell to report back to the Wise. This section I also need to desperately to reread. In the Lothlorien chapter, Galadriel also says how his eyes became more keen. That's also why Galadriel could not hide her ring from his gaze, from Frodo's view. I really like that scene. Comes back to his senses again. Very similar to how Ian Holm played this. So Bilbo, the actor of Bilbo, in case people wonder. So also Frodo can perceive what's going on with Boromir. And now he also sees Barad-dûr. So Frodo becomes more powerful during the journey, if that makes sense. And this is also a powerful place. That's why the vision stuff is going on. I like how they play here on this. Though it makes maybe less sense, I guess. That's really good. Sauron failed him. Yeah, the Ring of Barahir is on his finger, which is cool but unrealistic. Technically, Arwen has the ring at this point, if I remember correctly. I think he gives the ring to her when they... what is the word for it? Betrothed? I don't know what the English thing is, but when they promise to marry at some point, you know what I mean? He says, Elendil. Yeah, betrothed is the old... I'm not sure if I pronounce it correctly. It's more a cake word, I assume. I think Tolkien uses it as well. It's working. That's what I mean. There's a little bit of fun, but it's not overstaying its welcome. It doesn't bring the following the powerful scenes. They don't make them ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like that's what the film is so good at. You can of course argue that the making them very funny characters, which they are not in the books, but yeah. You also notice that all of them became more powerful and brave in the during the journey. Yeah, it's true. It's very different from the books, but it's really well done. That's a really big arrow. Looks like it hurts. The curse of the bean. Sean Bean is such a great actor. Twitch tradition, we of course would have to give some Fs to pay respect in chat. Just to explain this meme, there was a game like where you pressed, if I think it was Call of Duty, where you had to pray. It was like a funeral, and there you had to press F to pay respect. That's how it came to be. I think they do it really well. They had really quite a moment of silence after this very emotional scene. So it could basically, what do you call it? Unfold. That's the right word. I think here also Sean Austin cut his foot. Had to be treated. I think Frodo's parents died in a boat accident and drowned or something. Maybe a stupid detail here, but maybe it has something to do with some ideas behind this scene. That's a good way to put it. They really knew what works on screen directly and what works taken from the book directly, and where some changes would to be needed. Yeah, I agree. Fellowship of the Ring, I think also kind of my favorite film. This now also is part already of Two Towers. Or we already crossed the Two Towers section, kind of. As I already see the dead marshes. I kind of think, at least. Sam the Optimist. Yeah, he really is. The secret protagonist of Lord of the Rings. And we are through. It was Fellowship of the Ring. And in the theatrical cut. I have to say it has a pretty good pacing. Absolutely brilliant film, I agree. Oh. Thank you for the watch party. Yeah, I hope you people enjoyed this watch party here. He was hitting people with a frying pan. How long can you stream the extended version until I get banned? Like, if I would really stream the actual footage here, I don't know. Probably not that long, I feel. I could imagine that could be really fast. I simply hope they at one point will get the extended version as part of Amazon on Prime. But maybe not, I don't know. It would be pretty awesome to have that as well. I'm really happy that we have at least the Lord of the Rings films and people can watch along. Kind of. If they don't. I mean, we could do this on YouTube again, maybe in another time. Then I just give you the timer and you have to play the extended version on your side, and we don't use this particular watch party feature. So I think it was not bad. I would have laughed, though, if I could pause it, and it would also pause for you people. Not because I want to, but we could, for example, I mean, these films go 3 hours. So maybe a little bathroom break would be great. On the other side, we probably all watching here know the films pretty well already. It's not like we would miss much, but... Yet maybe that, for example, Amazon Prime Video US or so has the extended version as part of their videos, but it's not here in Germany. I can, of course, borrow them or buy them, but I can't... they're not included. Yeah, we really try to... I try to stop it, but if I stop it, it just internally continues and synchronizes my picture. So basically what it does is this film runs on a server, I assume, like the time code of it, and the time code is synchronized with everybody watching, including me. But I can't change what the film running on the server. I can't say stop. And the problem is, I guess, also that I can't say, let's say I would simply exit the watch party. I think I can't say start at 1 hour 30 or so. I can only start from the beginning, so that is a bit unfortunate. Else I would just say, okay, we exit the party, short bathroom break, I hit play again in 5 minutes or so, and then we start where we left off. I think I can only start from the beginning again, so I have to let it run through. So here there's definitely room for improvement, but I'm still kind of happy that it worked. And a lot of people today were here, more than usual, I have to admit, and I hope all of you enjoyed our little watch party here. Of course, for the Rings of Power, stuff will be a bit shorter, though the first 2 episodes air at once. As said, I will make a poll on the channel then you can on YouTube, and you can vote. Probably the questions are: shall we do this on Twitch and then upload it on YouTube, or shall I do this on YouTube without this feature? First question. Second question would be, forgot the second question, but yeah, something. Let me just think for a moment. What was the second question I just thought of? Yeah, when we shall do this. Basically, when the episodes air, you get my fresh reaction to the show, or I can totally understand that people probably would prefer to watch it themselves and in their preferred environment without somebody talking over it all the time or something. I guess it makes more sense this way. I really like this info. I felt like I was watching director's commentary. Yeah, that much appreciated. Of course, Fellowship of the Fence. I just want to say, Fellowship of the Ring is a film I did like extensive research on already. So I really know a lot of details here. That is different for Two Towers, because Two Towers is a book I haven't read in a long time. Only specific sections I reread, but a lot of stuff like in my mind is really blurry, because I don't know why, but for the videos I make, I usually don't have to read chapters from Two Towers. If you look at my quote stuff, it's either Fellowship of the Rings, in some cases maybe Return of the King, mostly appendices. And of course Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales. These are the books I know very very well. And I don't know, Peoples of Middle-earth and whatnot. But yeah, for whatever reason, my journey making videos rarely brings me into Two Tower territory. So I have to admit that's really a thing I can't. Probably there will be times where I don't even remember how it was in the book, because I haven't read some of the chapters in years. It's kind of fascinating. I just showed up to test the function. Didn't expect to stay all to the end. Okay, it takes this as a compliment. I spotted some stuff I missed before this time. Yeah, for sure. There's so much stuff in it. Okay, that's also nice to know. Thorough full reprise says, I think this was interesting even for people who have read the 3 books and watched the movies a million times. The book calls to you, read me. Yeah, so many other stuff to read. Currently, I'm doing the Galadriel video research. Well, I've kind of completed parts of it, but there's still more stuff to do. And yeah, I don't know. It's always like topics that needs attention. Now that the show comes out, the next 2 months I'm occupied anyway with research on what we might see there. 5 seconds and the credits are ending on my side here. Continue to watching solo, back to channel page. Oh, it exited the mode here automatically. Interesting. Until next time. Okay, so the watch party stuff just ended. Pretty decent. Maybe can stop the timer now. So yeah, 2 hours 58, almost 3 hours. Pretty nice. Was a lot of fun. All I do now is hope that I get the Galadriel video done tomorrow, part 1 of it, that is. Probably would have been a better release for the weekend, to be completely honest, but I don't know. And then I try to produce, so I can't promise. Also, thank you for all the follows that came in today. Also, some people subscribed, so if you have done the Connect Twitch Prime thing to your account, you can also basically make Amazon pay me 2, I don't know, euros or something, or €2.50 or whatever, by using like the Prime subscription functionality. It doesn't renew automatically, but it definitely could work out here. So it was a lot of fun for me as well, I have to admit. I really enjoyed having some people in chat. Really happy that a lot of people found their way. I know it's not YouTube, and I know some people simply hate Twitch or don't want to use it. I can completely understand that. Still happy that a lot of people found their way and even managed to activate this watch party feature, connect their accounts and so on. That was pretty awesome. It's always fun when people are active in chat, and quite a few people were. You need to advertise your Twitch streams on YouTube more. I think YouTube doesn't like it if I redirect traffic from YouTube to Twitch. So I want to be a bit careful with this. Even my video here was like a special case, if that makes sense. Of course, you can also follow this channel. That's basically like what a channel membership is called a subscription on Twitch, and what is a subscription on YouTube is a follow here. In case people want, like, the terminology is not the same. It's a bit strange. But that was really a lot of fun. Looking forward to maybe watch the other films. So I won't have the time this week to have another 3 hours to stream, I think. Maybe I have it, maybe not, but it could be kind of stressful. As a result, we might have to continue with watching the other 2 films after the Rings of Power show came out. But I think the prologue was of this particular film was a really good preparation already for what we might see distantly in the Rings of Power show. And then I have to figure out several things first. Like I said, how we should do this. I will be a little announcement video, kind of. I still have to do some organizational, like planning stuff to do in the background, and see what, how I will cover the show exactly. Though I have an idea, of course, but it might be, of course, difficult to do all of this. Still, I don't know, feel pretty well prepared. And I can't believe that. When does the show start? Well, I have today, like the 29th, 30th, 31. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days at 3 p.m. in the morning or something. Yeah. That's when the show starts. We have to, I don't know. We have to see. I would suggest that I make, like, maybe I do a live watch party when I'm watching it live. But probably I record like a VoD or so. I think that's not a bad idea. 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. when it starts. It's a very unfortunate time. The other episodes will air on 6 a.m. though for me. That's much better, so I can get up early and just watch them. And then I have all the day time to make content out of that. I hope that works. But yeah, it was really a lot of fun. And yeah, tell me, chat. Some people said they liked the stuff here, even though they, of course, all of you probably know the books pretty well. Was a commentary acceptable? Like, is this what you wish for, commentary-wise, in the watch party? Should I focus more on the lore, less on the lore, more on some details that I've noticed for camera work and stuff? Like in this case, I had really a lot of knowledge. Like I feel I got here, even though I didn't prepare for it, but I just know so much about this film. Yeah, I really liked the commentary. So is this something you could also imagine? Like I probably can't do this to the same extent I can do this with a new Rings of Power episode that I maybe also have only seen 1, 2, 3 times. Like I don't know how often I have to watch these episodes anyway. Really difficult to tell. But let's pretend I would go 3 a.m. I would go online watch party here on the Twitch channel or on YouTube or wherever with a time code thing. would this kind of commentary trying to talk about a bit about the lore, what they could be referencing? I always find it interesting to think into the people who made this and try to think, okay, what was the intention doing this? What do they reference? That's always stuff that I'm very interested in personally. Like to try figure it out, because that usually helps appreciating something more or understanding a decision that maybe even seems strange to you. Like, for example, Boromir letting his sword, dropping the Narsil on the ground, not picking it up again, just going out of the room, which seems very strange. But I feel like you can kind of think I know where Peter Jackson was coming from with this idea. Yeah, I can totally understand that. The problem is, the alternative would be, I watch it at 3 a.m. myself. I think the first 2 episodes are like 2 hours long. It's basically like a movie that drop. If I have the plan of that in my mind correctly. And I would have then started a watch party at 6 a.m. That makes no sense, right? So I don't know how to do this. The problem is also other channels will also do watch parties, and I don't want to collide, so I have to basically find a balance between a time slot where I may be very early with it, at the same time not do the same stuff the other channels are doing, and also looking at how my viewers want to watch it when they feel like they have time for it. I can totally understand that people want to watch it without commentary or anything, just for themselves, thinking into everything, maybe also getting some thoughts on this. Really, really difficult to tell. Yeah, that's probably what I focus. But I guess we will see how it works. I'll just do the usual Chris stuff I basically did. That is true. Without proper analysis before the watch party, any commentary will be more like small talk. But it can kind of, like I said, kind of be interesting, because I don't want to sound arrogant, but doing lore videos for 5 years, I know so much about the books by now that I feel like I could at least also give you a relatively decent live analysis of what we might see. So of course a second watch of course gives you, like, it's same with the trailers. I learn the details when I go through it frame by frame basically. But yeah. And to be able to pause it. Yeah, that is really a strange... maybe look it up. Maybe there's a feature or command for it that you can use. Very curious about that. Yeah, you might be right. Maybe I'm not able to do this as well as I would imagine I could do this. Still, yeah, I don't know. I would have to try. That's probably... See this also as a learning process for me. Like, I have to also figure stuff out. I've never covered a show that came out and people are interested in what I have to say about it. It's kind of funny and amazing at the same time. And of course, a new experience for me that I have to... I know I have a really relatively decent experience now with streaming and doing live commentary of things. But yeah, it's... Of course, you have a good point. A bit of preparation definitely could improve things. But yeah, let's say I would do it on YouTube and would do an analysis stream of it. I definitely need preparation, because I need the screenshots of the episode and so on. Though I think let's say I have means to make this potentially, or ways to make this potentially going well. I also I said it in on Discord already. I did some hardware upgrades here that I'm I hopefully am able to capture screenshots in 4K, or at least the resolution the highest resolution Amazon puts out when I watch it there. So we should have really good quality screenshot and footage stuff available for what's coming up. Question is, of course, always how well will my computer handle 4K resolution stuff, but yeah. So far, stuff works pretty well. Maybe I should double check for people interested in when the show is running. Maybe some people don't know this exactly or so. I think some homepage, I think it's the Rings of Power site, published it. Let me see if I find the link. Hopefully the link here works. Yeah, here it is. So episode 1 plus 2, so the first 2 episodes, will be 2 a.m. UK time. At the 2nd of September. For the US people, you already get it at 6 p.m. or something, depending on your time zone, I guess. It's PT, Pacific time. And then the other episodes all air, if I see this correctly, not complete. Yeah, if I see it correctly, all air at 5 a.m. UK time, so that's 6 a.m. for me. That is more manageable. Let me just see the dates. Is there a break? It doesn't seem like it. It's just 1st September, 8th September, 15th September, 22nd September, 29th September, or 30th, plus 1 day depending on your time zone. 6th October, 13th October. I think that should be pretty consistent, right? Streaming on Twitch has the advantage, don't get into. There's also copyright stuff here on Twitch. Like there's also something like content ID here. But in case of this here, it's an implemented feature, of course, into Twitch and so on. So it's completely legal because technically you watch what you just saw. You watched as if you would watch over Prime Video. But of course, some of the stuff is easier to handle. Like at the beginning of the stream, I also had this video game classic music running and so on that would be copyrighted instantly. Not all of it. I tried it actually a while ago. I uploaded a VoD, editing VoD to, and where I know I was just listening to music in the background and see what it would claim. And some, not all of them were claimed. So Twitch is definitely, you're right, more relaxed when it comes to these copyright issues than YouTube in comparison. Like YouTube is just too big and there's too many eyes on it. It's less. It also is a thing on Twitch, but not as extreme, if that makes sense. And the reason for it, because not that many eyes are on Twitch, and it's mostly live, and live is always considered a bit different. Like it's different on YouTube. It's a VOD platform. Here you watch stuff live, and when the stream is gone, you can of course watch the VOD here on Twitch as well. But usually the features of the VOD is not that awesome, and in addition, you also have, you can upload it directly to YouTube from here, and people watch it there. Like YouTube is a better platform for VOD. Twitch is, in my opinion, a better platform for live streaming in general. Like, especially, like, I always notice the chat delay. When I, ask a question, the question comes up in 10 seconds. Or the answer in chat is there in 10 seconds or so. We tested it the stream before it on YouTube, and even though I have low latency mode activated, some people answered after a minute or so. So they were so far behind that it's really difficult to have a conversation there, just because of the huge delay that some people have. Like even 30 or 20 seconds is quite a bit, but 5 to 10 seconds, that's pretty decent in my opinion. That's why I really enjoy the Twitch live chat experience a bit more when streaming compared to YouTube. Though it also works perfectly and also has advantages, like you can go back and stream that you can't do that easily. It's somewhat possible here as well on Twitch, but not to the extent of YouTube. Like, it's more convenient and better done there. Even though Twitch also improved their VoD stuff a bit, but as said, both platforms have their strengths, and I still think Twitch is a better platform for live streaming, just from the perspective, technically, from the community. Like, you have all the memes, the functions, and so on. Everything is a bit not, like, a bit off sometimes on YouTube, I feel. Even though a lot of features they also implemented already, but they never managed to really make it work the same way. Like, even the bot, like, if I say Chris minutes in chat, it doesn't take 5 seconds for the bot to register. I think I mistyped. No, should be right. Maybe it's Chris minute and not the plural. No, I jinxed it. Yeah, it's a plural. I did it again. Might be on global cooldown now, but let's say watch party. You definitely see it's you see how fast it comes up here in comparison. Like, if I enter the right command, it comes up pretty fast. Like, I don't know. You definitely notice the speed here. Like, it's very it flows well. It's more fun this way. You definitely notice the differences here. So, yeah, are there any questions, suggestions, critique, something I could do better next time or so? If people have anything to say, feel free. I really like the feedback. Very important detail, of course. Especially if you have never done stuff like this before. Of course, one thing that is a very big advantage on YouTube compared to, or streaming on YouTube compared to Twitch, that's really, really a big thing. What on earth? I think is this a poster that just came out that shows Ungoliant? Wow, just noticed that. Just got distracted here for a moment. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, one advantage is sometimes if you stream here on Twitch, because I'm not a partner, I'm just affiliate, I don't get the quality options. So it can be that if I stream at 1080p, and for example, if your internet connection is not able to handle 1080p, then you can't go to, I don't know, 720p or something. And then for some people the stream starts to stutter. Else I would stream at 1080p 60 FPS. But as a result, I only stream at 30 FPS to get like a little compromise. So people have to download less data with a weaker internet connection. Sadly, weaker internet connections is... Yeah, the internet in some countries is just terrible. And Germany is also one of those. But... Yeah, and depending on how busy the Twitch servers are, you get these codec options, as they are called, to scale it down to 720. Sometimes I don't have them. And people who are partnered are basically prioritized. I have to drink something. They are prioritized, and yeah, I won't get partnered anytime soon because my Twitch chat project is simply too small. Even though today we made like a lot of follows, so much appreciated. For me, a watch party is also a new experience as well. If something comes to my mind, I post on Discord. Yeah, feel free. If people want to give me feedback, also just write it on Discord. You can, I don't know, write on Twitter. Write it under a YouTube video as a new comment. Don't answer to existing comments that are old. That's really hard to see for me. Just write a plain new comment under any video. I will see it. That is also like a good way for me to read. Like I would even say I really often check YouTube comments. That's also why I often answer and give people hearts there, like multiple times a day. And of course, writing long answers sometimes takes quite a bit of time. But yeah, really enjoy that. That's definitely another way. You can also write me a mail if you want. Though answering there is difficult. I get a lot of spam mail. If you have a public email address, you get a lot of spam mail from all, especially on YouTube. It's disgusting. So yeah, usually I play video games here on this channel in case people wonder what I else do. And we recently replayed Dark Souls 1 on the PlayStation 3, so unpatched, because there I had the opportunity to play it unpatched again, like it released. And very interesting to see, because during the patches quite a few things changed. And yeah, that's quite fun. We also played Raft. Usually I play video games. It's like a little hobby that allows me to play some video games and maybe make some content at the same time. Though I know that it might not be interesting for everyone, but it's kind of fun doing this. Yeah, I like your interaction with YouTube comments. Some channels don't do that at all. Yeah, I know. Some channels are very bad with their YouTube comments. And if you let people, in my opinion, if you don't show presence in your own comment section, because at a certain size it's impossible if without like having moderators, then people, I don't know, it gets worse and worse. I often feel like, okay, if you show you are there, you're reading the comments, and people learn, oh, this guys read the comments, they usually behave a bit better than they would when they, that makes sense, if then nobody seems to read their comments. I usually try to answer all, though I recently banned somebody. Somebody wrote something very unfriendly, I would say, or something I would say, okay, maybe it was a bit of an overreaction by my side, but yeah, I don't care too much. Like, there are thousands of comments I did not ban on my channel, and I had also some unfriendly comments before, so I don't even know what he wrote, but I just said, yeah, I just don't want to deal with that, goodbye. It's sometimes how you have to handle stuff, especially if you get a lot of comments. But yeah, I won't play now a video game today. So for people here for video games, sorry. I'm not sure when, like, my streaming schedule's an absolute mess recently. Usually I try to stream at least Sunday, and in the past weeks I had not the time for it. Because, yeah, I don't know, you have seen it on my channel. I did a stream here and there. Even though I do these breakdowns, I freestyle them. If you make a breakdown that's 2 hours long, it still takes it eats a lot of time to edit still. It's much faster than writing the video and producing in the classic way. It's much, much faster, but still, it's a lot of work. Same with the last official breakdown of the last breakdown of the official trailer. That also took me longer than I hoped it would. Though this time I was relatively fast. Hopefully it was not me. No, if you don't have a second account and write troll comments, then you probably should not be banned. It can happen in chat that I might ban somebody by accident, though. Like, let's imagine some spam bots, you see how little spam bots, there are also spam bots here on Twitch, but it's far less than on YouTube. Like, though my stream is much smaller here, on YouTube I get this every stream. Like, I don't know what's going on there, but I get every stream I get these spam bots, and they all use always the same naming pattern. Like, you would think that YouTube, with all their knowledge and AI technology, can figure out that those accounts are not even able to post something on YouTube, but nope. I feel like it works much better on Twitch. For example, if I report here a bot, usually it's a buy followers bot here on Twitch, and I report it, and even though maybe it's completely automated, but I get a mail, yeah, you reported this guy, we banned him. I get feedback from Twitch, which I think is pretty smart. You don't get this from YouTube. Like, it's never like, hey, at least I don't think so. Maybe there is feedback for it as well, because that would be smart. But that's what I mean with YouTube deals pretty well with comments, though. Like, a lot of comments that, like, if your comment gets not through the, could be an offensive post filter that YouTube comment filter YouTube has, usually you deserve landing there. There are a few exceptions. For example, if somebody has a dot and writes a dot in the next sentence, and the next word starts, for example, with it or something like the domain.italy, and you by accident leave out the space and post an URL, sometimes the bot thinks, okay, he posted a link, just ban him. Not ban him, but basically put him on the post, the comment on review. I don't look too much into the on review section, I have to admit, though. But usually when I check, I think, okay, I can kind of understand that the engine thinks it's offensive or anything. So yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting. So chat, shall we call it a day before we lose ourselves rambling here? Because I think a lot of people are also kind of tired now. At least in Europe, it's very late. I think for Rings of Power, though, the feature should work much, much better when it comes to in which country is what film available. Like, really unfortunate. Sorry for all the UK people that for you had like to get an extra way of seeing it in parallel. Very unfortunate. I think for Rings of Power, then it will be fine then. Yeah, thank you to you as well, so the Saint Going Well, really hard to say name. Much appreciated. Thank you for your sub. I think you had a gift sub. You had multiple by now, I think. Also, people that subscribe here, also, I treat them like they would have the highest tier on the YouTube channel membership. So you will land in the credits of videos. The second tier people land in the thing of stuff. Somebody... Huh? Why? They were posting links. Where did you leave out the... There was no space between here and thanks. I can still see your comment, though. Yeah, let's close it up. Thanks. Yeah, we will. It's just a bot. It just times you out for a second, so the link spam is removed. Like, it's always a good idea. Yeah, you missed the space. That's everything. Don't worry. I saw that. But okay, so is there anything left to say, chat? So as said, we will repeat this next time. I now know what this is. I try to figure out if I can pause or start the stream at a certain point into the film, so we can have like a bathroom break or something. It doesn't mean I want to end the stream all the time, just, you know, watching something for 3 hours. I know people don't want to miss anything out. But yeah, I would say we call it a day. The script also worked pretty well. I think was the, just a bit of feedback for people who looked at it, was the timer for the where we are in the film, was it font-wise big enough? Could you read it? Yeah, if you get timeout, all your comments are not deleted. I still can see them, but they are just invisible for all the other people. So be very careful with your dots. I'm not sure if I can untime. Like, is this possible? I'm not sure. Purge, delete? No, I don't think I can undo this, but it doesn't matter too much. I usually read the comments. I try usually to read the comments here. Let me just set up my ending the stream screen. Technique-wise, everything seemed to work. So yeah, not much is left to say. Thank you people for watching. I hope you enjoyed this little experiment today. We will continue it. Maybe we'll repeat it with the extended versions in some form. Give me some feedback on this in case I upload this on YouTube. I'm not sure if I uploaded it on the main channel or on the archived channel. There's a Twitch archive stream channel I have. It's here. You don't need to follow there or anything. It's also linked in my social media Linktree thing or whatever. You can of course subscribe, but usually unedited long streams are added there. Maybe I will definitely upload it there from here, if that makes sense. If I upload it as well on my main YouTube channel, I don't know. Maybe I hint at it. I just want to wait feedback. If you have time, or if you notice something that you say, Chris could do this better, or that is a part I really liked, let me know there in the comments. Give me a message or so. It really, for this experiment, I need some feedback, so it would be appreciated. There will be a feedback video on the main channel after the Galadriel video has aired, maybe the day after it or so, when I have a bit of time to focus on a video like that. And then we go through some questions. Maybe I do a YouTube premiere with it so people can chat with me when the video goes live or so. I don't know yet. We will see. So that was a lot of talking about, because so much content is coming up and so much lore content. Looking forward to that. And I wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you so much for watching, being active in chat, for all the other stuff, for the Twitch Prime subscription that some people dropped here. Much appreciated. And also for the gifted subs and whatnot, you know. Really much appreciated. And I would say, people, see you next time. Goodbye.